All right, we should be live right now, guys. Let me make sure. I always do this where I don't know if I for sure am. I don't want to be talking to nobody. I think we're live right now, guys. Yeah, that's good. Okay. So I tried to share this link with Facebook pages, all the Facebook pages that I own, the YouTube page. So be sure to share this as well. It's going to help get the word out. Like it as well. That helps the algorithm out. We're kind of waiting until the last minute to go live here. I want to preserve myself. As you guys know, my vocal stamina, there it goes. Look, my vocal stamina is god-awful. Okay? You guys will just have to forgive me for that. I'm really going to try to hang in there. I am. And I would like to go live again tomorrow as well. As you guys know, we have an equally major event happening tomorrow. It's bad. I see some of these other guys that go live. You guys know who I'm talking about. All these other streamers. All the YouTube channels go live for events like this. It's crazy how much more stamina they have than me. I don't know what's wrong with me. I don't know. Somebody said we have a large tornado. Do we really have a tornado already? Is there an actual tornado on the ground? We have an observed tornado there. Radar indicated here. So I guess this is our only confirmed tornado so far. We're going to turn this off. Let's turn off a lot of stuff here. I'm going to come back and talk about a lot of what you're seeing here. I need to really get rid of all this stuff. There we go. Everything's all cleaned up. Oh yeah, we got something going on here near Jacksonboro. I think that's who pointed that out a second ago. C. Planus. I remember you used to have an older name. How do you want me to pronounce your name now? C. Planus, 1985. I remember your name used to actually be like something you could pronounce, but anyway, they pointed out a second ago. We've got a serious tornado going on here because this. I think this indicates that it's a confirmed tornado. WFC3 has kind of changed, but as of now, I don't think this is a particularly dangerous situation. And by that, I don't mean that it's not a dangerous situation. I mean that that's actually like a code word. That's a code word that they use, the Storm Prediction Center, that is. Let's take a look at our different radar types here. I didn't imagine we would be jumping straight into a serious situation like this right away. Something is not working right here. Are we already doing this, guys, where I have to load this back in? There we go. Is this going to fix it? Oh, yes, that was clutch, guys. I think I just fixed it. Okay, I want to get the correlation coefficient on screen. Let's see if we can do that. As you guys know, we have issues quite frequently with the radar imagery, so we're going to try to get this on screen, these different types of radar types. Another tornado confirmed as well is what we're hearing here, apparently. Let's see. Is it this one? We only have 2 warnings as of now, so we have one up here. Let's go back to this. Oh, I see. Oh, here we go. Okay, we got it back. Yeah, look at that debris ball, guys, right there. That right there is a tornado, likely. What we're seeing here is the size of the objects that are in the air. The blues and the greens are quite large compared to the reds. Reds would be more like raindrops. Blues would be more like debris. So that's why you're here called a debris ball. And we've seen this move just to the northeast. We can see this heading straight towards Jacksonboro. So if you're in Jacksonboro, you're going to want to take cover here. We have multiple areas of potential debris in here. We're going to want to watch this very, very closely, as this is a very serious situation taking place. Lots of rotation. Look at that, guys. That is intense rotation right off the bat here. Definitely this is where your tornado is located, and I think it's going to hit Jacksonboro directly, unfortunately, here in Texas. So as unfortunate as that is, That's a terrible way to get started with the day today, but that is what's happening right now. Definitely take cover, heed all those warnings that you're hearing from your local weather service there, as this is a nasty, nasty situation. Now, can anybody tell me, do we have any other confirmed tornadoes on the ground? Because I know somebody said that, but oftentimes people just say things, so I don't know if that was legit or not. That's looking like a serious tornado here. So I think what this is indicating here is yeah, so that's WSV3. I love this. They updated their severe thunderstorm warnings and their tornado warnings to where they have different colors if it's a confirmed tornado, so it makes it very easy to see here. Yeah, I think it's just this one right here. So near Jacksonboro, we're watching this closely. Guys, be sure to smash the like button to help people get in here. I have the tag set up to where locals will be seeing this stream. We'll be able to help them out, obviously. So if you like the video, it's going to help share it to people that are actually being impacted by this system here. Very serious situation looks to take place. And about 5 minutes into our stream, we're already dealing with a active tornado situation clearly here. So really getting off to a quick start, unfortunately. I didn't expect that, and I definitely wasn't hoping for that. So, let's see. Thankfully, it looks like this debris ball is looking a bit smaller on that most recent frame. We're going to have to kind of hope that that continues there. We have another tornado warning down here that we're going to need to watch closely as well. This is going to be interesting early in the day, like now. We're going to need to really watch if these tornadoes are quick-lived or if we're going to have a really long-lived tornado type day here. So that's going to be what we need to figure out here. So I'm drinking some tea. Already trying to work on that voice. Up the volume. Yes, I can. Let's go ahead and... that should be significantly increased. But let me know how that is, guys. I want the volume to be as good as possible, so... let's see what happens with this. I'm going to go on Twitter real quick and see if there's anything happening. I'm hearing large tornado headed for Jacksboro. Is it Jacksboro? Oh, I was saying Jacksonboro. Yeah, Jacksboro, Texas there. And I just want to pause this here. On each frame, you can see that debris ball right there. It was a lot bigger when it was back here, so and a lot more potent. So we can hope that that means that it's a decreasing in intensity here, but there's no way to officially confirm that, unfortunately. So we're going to have to actually see as it passes through these more populated areas. If it doesn't increase that debris ball, that would be initially good news. You're just going to want to take cover, though. But this is looking like a strong tornado taking place here. And unfortunately, I mean, just looking at everything I was seeing, I had a really I had a really big feeling that today was just going to be a big tornado day based on the sheer, even just looking at the radar this morning, I could tell things were not looking too good. Yeah. Okay. See, we haven't gotten a radar update in like 10 minutes, so we're going to have to see if this updates or not. Sometimes it loses a little bit of connection. Okay, I think we just got a new frame there. Let's see when that most recent one came in. No, we didn't. That's still the same one. I thought that was new for some reason. Yeah, almost 10 minutes. We'll see. Does anybody know if there's been a frame that's come in since 453 or 454 approximately. Or you know what's weird? I know what's going on here. It 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 thinks it's 5:03 p.m. right now. It's only 4:54. I know why it looks like there's a missing frame is because my computer's time is wrong. My computer has always been a couple minutes ahead for some reason. Let's see. College Station. Is College Station near here? I don't know if anybody can confirm. Yeah, I can can increase it more. Let's see. So there, that should be like pretty increased there. But you guys will have to let me know. I don't want to start like getting the audio quality going down from it just being too high. But we'll see what happens. Let's see. We're almost at 200 likes, guys, but I know there's more of you in there that have not liked yet, so be sure to like it as we can get more people in here, get this information out to them. We can see the debris ball now significantly weakened, but this might not mean that everything's over. We see that debris ball is now almost over Jacksboro, straight downtown Jacksboro, unfortunately. So we're going to have to hear what's going on there. I want to see... We just got a super chat. I'll check that on a second. Let's see, guys. I'm not hearing anything yet. I'm just seeing a lot of people talking about it. So the tough thing about Twitter is it's hard to get exactly what you're looking for. People talking about a dangerous tornado, which does look to be the case here. So we will await that. What's weird is a tornado-like report hasn't come in. We just know that it's there. I guess that considerable is indicating that this is a tornado damage threat considerable. So I've never seen that before. That must be a new thing this year. I don't know if anybody can confirm that, but it's been quite a while since I've done one of these lives and really dove into it. Oh wow, yeah, guys, we just got another frame here. Look at that. You see how that turns blue there? That is not what you want to see. That is indicating very large debris being picked back up, and I'm pretty sure that's why they added that damage threat considerable there that I just underlined. It looks like a lot of damage has taken place near Jacksboro there. So it's not, I don't think it's a PDS. It looks like it's some sort of other scale. I don't know. I've only ever heard of PDS or not, and then observed, and then radar indicated. I've never heard of damage threat considerable. So yeah, so we are definitely getting confirmations here that it was definitely a tornado that took place there in Jacksboro, and this thing is moving rapidly. Very unfortunate situation taking place. That is acting up quite a bit there. Try to get that velocity on screen. We can really just tell that there is some serious rotation taking place with this. Obviously, that is almost always the case in a tornado. But we can see that there is 92 mile per hour winds up against 54, both heading opposite directions. So we're seeing very intense winds here. Just to paint a picture here, rotation is happening about like this, and we are seeing 90 plus mile per hour winds on this side heading kind of north and westward, and then we're seeing over 50 mile per hour winds heading kind of towards the south and then east in that rotation there. So that's about 140 miles per hour total there. So that is crazy. Let's see. I want to go back. What do I want to do here? So we can see where that hook echo just came straight through. This region has been the most impacted there with this tornadic cell. I want to see how that correlation coefficient has come in. Yeah, still looking like a huge debris ball right there. Sorry I'm not looking at those super chats right now. Let me get back on that real quickly. I hate leaving you guys hanging. Yeah, I never, or is that people subscribing? That might be people subscribing. Yeah, that's what it's got to be. Geez, guys. Animal shelter hit by tornado. That's obviously really, really sad. You hate to hear anything getting hit by a tornado, but that's just particularly sad in my opinion. This tornado warning to the south has been dropped now, so that is good news for sure. Let's go back to radar just so we can see everything that's going on. While we're waiting for a new frame, this might be a good opportunity to kind of talk about the overall day today that we're taking a look at. This is just the initial storms, guys, taking place right now. We're not even in our biggest threat right now. This pocket up here to the north is going to be these storms kind of swinging through. Cold front will be located about like this throughout the next few hours, heading this way. We're mostly worried about these storms that are going to pick up a little bit later and then move through our moderate region. This is kind of the biggest threat throughout the day today, although everywhere is kind of at risk here. Dallas, Fort Worth, Shreveport, Houston, San Antonio, when these storms first start initiating, is also going to be concerning, as well as Austin, Texas there. Temple as well, Columbus, Brenham, Bryan there. Let's see if we can find anything along I-45 here. Huntsville, Texas, Franklin as well, Cameron, Crockett, Palestine, Mexia. All these areas are definitely going to be in potentially the worst of it. So we're going to be watching these areas really, really closely. It's all going to be taking place a little bit, I would say fairly soon as we switch radar sites here. Hopefully that does not crash this. That would be a shame. Come on. That might have done it. Although, I will say it is letting me switch these. Okay, let's take a step back here, guys. Let's take a step back. Where is it now? We're going to load back in here. It's good to kind of refresh this every here and there. Okay, here we go. So this is kind of our more national view of radar. So we've turned off our next rad radar. We can see these storms initializing up here, obviously. These are going to be in the form of supercells. We're starting to see some tornadic activity, obviously, with our confirmed tornado there. We did have some precipitation here in the moderate risk region, which is lowering some of that potential. It's eating it up, which is really, really good news. But we are starting to see supercells developing along this area here in the slight risk north of San Antonio. And once this line here that you're seeing also moves into this region, we're just going to see conditions worsen. We're going to see a pocket of supercells develop in here, and they're going to swing through our red region here, which is our moderate risk region. And that's when we could see the worst of it. But honestly, right now, we're already seeing terrible conditions. So it's really tough to say. I want to switch back to our Weatherford, Dallas, Fort Worth area radar here and just get the reflectivity back on screen, or at least attempt to here. It should work here because we did have here we go, pretty serious tornadic situation take place here near Jacksboro. And let me tell you guys, these storms are moving extremely quickly here. Extremely quickly. This is absolutely madness how quickly these storms are moving. Um, and I definitely think it's a feature that is worth noting with this storm so far. I'm going to turn off that Storm Prediction Center outlook because it does look quite ugly. Let's see. We will go back and talk about that eventually, though, as I almost just dropped my phone. Yeah, no, absolutely. Lean stats, that was a really, really good piece of advice there. If you get a tornado warning, don't take any chances. Go into your safe spot. It's not looking good. And that's definitely great advice. You know, some people like to think, you know, oh, is this actually a bad tornado warning or whatnot? It doesn't really matter. If there's a tornado warning, there's a chance of a tornado hitting you. So you're going to want to take shelter in that event. Hope for the best, prepare for the worst type deal. That's just how it is. So this is right now our only cell right now that we're really watching dangerous conditions take place. Currently, which is good news, obviously. We're not having widespread tornadic cells right now. Unfortunately, this is just the beginning, though. So far, in my opinion, this tornado has been a long-lived one, which hopefully that's not a sign of things to come. But we have seen this debris ball ongoing for, I don't even know how long now this tornado has been going on for, at least, 20 minutes or something. Very, very serious situation here. And as of now, the assumption is that there is still a tornado on the ground. We're awaiting our next radar scan. We have a couple widespread severe thunderstorm warnings ongoing right now, but not widespread tornado warnings. It was looking like we were going to get going here. We had 2 tornado warnings at one point, but as of right now, it is just 1 now. So we're going to keep our fingers crossed that stays the case. It looks like that our actual tornadoes are only actual pocket of real rotation at this point, which is another piece of good news for now. I just want to move across the line here and just make sure everything's looking good. With storms that are moving this fast, things can change in a hurry. That's the one thing. Now, I want to show you guys one thing here as I'm eating some beef jerky as I go to keep my energy up. We have this pocket of showers and thunderstorms. These are mainly cluster type storms, multicellular type storms, not supercells at this point. Although I will say this line in here is looking a little bit more concerning, like they could be trying to form into supercells. We're going to have to watch that situation over the next few hours. But this is actually saturating our main threat region, which is kind of low. It's kind of eating up that potential energy for these main storms once they move through later on. So this is our main area, and here, and this is the saturated area right now. All throughout here, these are eating away at the potential of our main storms later on. So that is kind of what's undergoing right now. Let's see if there's anything else we should get on screen here. We could put the cape on screen. Yeah, so this is why this area has such a large risk, is look at the amount of cape in here. When I probe this, we can see that there's anywhere from 2,000 to 3,000 plus cape in here, and usually 1,000 is what you're looking for. So we have 2 to 3 times the amount of cape that you really need to see these severe thunderstorms take place, and you don't even really need you don't even need 1,000 in the first place. This is crazy. I think we're really quickly going to transition from watching this area mostly to, over the course of the next hour, watching this region. I really think that's the transition we're going to see. And also, like I mentioned, I think this pocket in here could be worth noting. These look like they're forming into some embedded supercells as well. So it's overall just very sufficient out there right now. Let's see if we still have a debris ball. I'm not seeing it, but we have seen it kind of pulse a little bit. Kind of, oh yeah, that's still in there. That is 100% still in there. My goodness. Let's see. Yeah, that was our most recent frame. And you can just see that rotation in there. Our correlation coefficient isn't really picking it up, but I think in a minute we're going to see a lot more blue pop up here. Let's see. Wow. Absolute madness. I mean, really. Even on our reflectivity, this just does not look good. I guess Bowie is next year, or yeah, I guess you say Bowie. That's how you say it. It's just looking not so good, guys. Yeah, we need to warn as many people as possible. Do our part however we can. Man, it's always just a bummer when it's this serious of a situation. As much as I love storms, this is like the bitter reality of it all, I guess. Is situations like this. The impact to properties, lives, everything. Utter destruction. Yeah, based on how things went in Jacksboro, I bet they will really extend this warning and try to use the strongest words they possibly can to describe how much destruction is possible with this particular cell. I'm trying to find what you're talking about. Oh yeah. Wait, let's see. So the latest thing I'm seeing, I'm not seeing any pictures of an actual tornado. I am hearing that the Jacksboro High School has taken a direct hit. Extensive damage has been reported by the Jacksboro Fire Department. So I am hearing that as well. Yeah, serious rotation in there being indicated right in this pocket over the last few minutes. Let's see. Hmm. Well, Bowie's next, unfortunately, and we're gonna have to really watch what happens as this one moves through. What I want to do here, this is kind of annoying me, so I'm gonna try to. Oh my. Okay, because we definitely need more frames. Probably even more than that. Let's see. So this is all just going to make my computer more stressed out by all of this, but we're going to try to get even more frames loaded in here. I want to make sure there's nothing else going on. I guess this is our only tornado going on right now. So we're going to keep watching this one. Let's see. Someone has to said, let's see. No, the good news is that right now Dallas is in the clear of this particular cell. This is to the north of Dallas, so that's the good news. We did get another tornado warning, but now it's a radar indicated tornado warning. I guess they feel like there is not a tornado on the ground anymore, according to this, which is very interesting. Yeah, we'll have to see what happens with this one. Let me turn back on our reflectivity. Wow, those cells near Austin and San Antonio, they're going to get going here in just a second, guys. We're going to have to, if this tornado warning actually officially ends anytime soon and the threat is done, we're going to take a look at the south because it looks like those supercells are really, really picking up down there, guys. Actually going to go on my phone real quick. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Supercells to the north of San Antonio really picking up. The dangerous thing with this particular cell that we're looking at on screen here is that it is so rain wrapped. It's insane how high precipitation that is, and I don't know how anybody would see anything coming. Um, really just a really dangerous situation in my opinion there. I think the real threat is to the south here now. Hmm. All right. Sorry guys, I'm just trying to take a look at some stuff here while we have a minute. Yeah, so we have just a radar indicated tornado. Interesting. Um, somebody said, are you going to go live tomorrow as well and the next day? My plan is to go live tomorrow. By day 3, I don't know how my voice is going to be doing, but we will definitely see. Hmm. So if you haven't already, be sure to like the stream, by the way, guys. You guys are doing amazing. But the more likes we get in here, it's just going to really help that YouTube algorithm get things going. Unfortunately, it's that interaction that it's looking for. So in order to get the word out as well as possible, that is super, super helpful. So if you have not already done that, just one tap, and you've done your part. Let's see. Wow, some of those cells to the north of San Antonio, that is absolutely madness. I'm going to have to show you guys that in a minute. That is not looking good, I'll tell you that much. Just want to make sure they don't upgrade this warning here that we're taking a look at or do anything weird before we fully kind of move on. For now, this storm really might not be over. And quite frankly, that rotation is still just insanely strong. Yeah, there's no debris ball at this point, so what we're going to do is pause it. We're going to move down to San Antonio. Might move up here eventually, north of Round Rock. But for now, this is what we're going to do. Let's see if we can get this to load in. 2 severe thunderstorm warnings now in this area. Look at these cells, guys. These supercells are firing up. And something tells me these ones mean trouble for sure. This does not bode well. I just thought about the fact that for a lot of Spanish-speaking folks, we don't really have any way of communicating this information to them. That's something I've never really thought about. We're going to have to watch these cells. Things look really, really interesting here. We're going to have to see how this plays out. Each cell individually, they're pretty discrete. We see this V shape. That means inflow is likely happening here. Here. And then we could see a hook develop somewhere in there. And that's kind of your classic supercell. Down here. This one as well. We'd be watching for that hook underneath. Then these ones are like baby supercells right there. Also one south of San Antonio. Imagine the cloud tops on these guys. Wow. Okay. Let's see how big that hail is. Okay, 1-inch diameter hail over Blanco there in Texas. Does the pink and blue, well, it's basically just lightest to heaviest. So, you know, your greens is going to be your lighter to moderate rainfall. Yellow will definitely be moderate, moving into heavier rainfall. Your orange and red is going to be heavy, and then red and pink is going to be really, really heavy. Blue would just be even heavier. And with this also comes hail, usually in the heavier forms of precipitation here. You start to get a higher chance of hail in there. It doesn't guarantee it that it's happening, so no, pink and blue doesn't guarantee that there's hail happening, but the likelihood of it happening is greatly increased. And oftentimes when there is pink, we do just see hail because that's just how it works. I don't know how else to put it, but it doesn't mean that 100% hail is happening, but it would be a good sign that it might be. We have 3 supercells here that are severe weather warned. I think over the next hour, we're going to see some sort of tornadic system happen in this pocket we're watching. I want to see if there's anything we need to be watching in here. Let's see. Just reading through some of these comments, guys. I don't know what happened, how we got so many Spanish speakers in here. I'm really appreciative of it, though. Hopefully, I think that in the video form, it can translate English to Spanish subtitles, I think, which is pretty interesting, but very interesting situation. Yeah, it's good we have other Spanish speakers in here that also speak English that can kind of just translate for people. I really appreciate that, actually. Just, I think the information getting out to people is the most important part, so... Hmm. Yeah, we have a lot of strong upper level winds here. I'm just taking a look at those. Some of the 700 millibar winds are going to be a little bit further ahead, which is pretty interesting. I guess that we have one tornado warning right now, so we're waiting for these cells as they move into these higher upper level winds. Unfortunately, we can expect things to pick up a bit. Here's the 850 millibar winds. So I think once we see things moving more into where the purples are, things could get a bit more interesting. Basically, where these are at, these are at, and these are at. So somewhere in here is really where things could pick up. It's going to be interesting. And as we look at the Cape, I mean, these storms, it's no wonder they're really picking up right now. We have 2,000 plus Cape throughout all of these red regions. 3,000 plus in these white regions here. And then I think 1,000 here in the greens at least. And then blues are going to be in your hundreds. So, I mean, really, really high amounts of Cape in there. Very extreme. It's a really interesting weather day. I've been watching the radar since this morning. It's been very fascinating. Janice Thomas, you're gonna have to mention where your brother-in-law is at for me to be able to help you figure something out. Yeah, C. Planus, is that what you want me to call you? That's a good point. These are really high precipitation cells, especially so far what we've seen. We've seen one tornado event on this stream. Where was it? It was up here near Jacksboro here. And that was a very high precipitation tornado, and in all likelihood, you did not see that coming. So this isn't going to be like your, the movie Twister where you can see the tornado in the distance and it's all dramatically coming at you. It's not going to be a situation like that. Unfortunately, because that would actually be a lot more simple if you could see it coming, if people could see it coming. You're not going to see it coming, you're just going to feel it once it hits, unfortunately. Ebeline. Did I see Ebeline earlier? We will come back and watch these developing supercells. I just got word, thanks to one of you guys, that the Bowie police reported a tornado. So we're going to pause this real quick and move back to the Dallas radar site. Oh God, I hope that it does not crash. I always say you got to load it in every here and there. So we're going to go ahead and do that. load this back in. Somebody said, what are the heights on cloud clusters? Probably very high, would be what I would imagine. Will Hutton, is that the Bowie High School or is that the Jacksboro High School? Out of curiosity, I know the Jacksboro High School got hit. Without a shadow of doubt, I think this tornado is rain wrapped because it's located. I'm going to draw the circle here. Tornado is likely located right here. Okay, let me update that. Tornado is likely located somewhere right about there. When we move this back to reflectivity, look at how much precipitation is underneath the circulation. Or I guess above the circulation. Or just in the circulation. You wouldn't be able to see underneath that red and orange. Remember I was just talking about how that's moderate to heavy rainfall on my color table that I made, my orange to red to dark red. That is where you are experiencing very heavy rainfall, but also a tornado at the same time. And when we look at the debris ball, well, there isn't really one. So it might have just touched down, but we don't see one as of right now. Very wild. So another confirmed tornado with the same cell. It's becoming a trend, guys. This might be a touchdown, and then it lifts back up, touchdown, lifts back up type situation here. Or it could have just been on the ground the entire time. It's hard to confirm that with certainty. Let's see. On my phone here, I'm going to get on Weather Bell and just go over some of the modeled guidance. Kind of just update myself here on what's going on. But I'm going to keep this playing, guys. We're going to keep this radar playing. We'll see any updates as they come in. But I want to see what we're up against here coming up over the next couple of hours. See. Okay. Okay, so we just saw this update. You see how that turned pink there? I was looking away. That's what WSV3 does now when we have a confirmed or observed tornado warning. So we can see that's pink now. We know there's an observed tornado going on in there. And look at the debris ball popping back up. Boom. Large tornado showing back up on the radar now. That's that blue again. That is where the radar is indicating large objects in the air. Right there. So that is what we're seeing. Very wild. Okay, let's take a little bit more of a zoomed out look. Let me delete this real quick. This has been wanting to act up. Oh, we got another tornado warning here to the south. Surprise! Who are you? Wow, look at that, guys. Decatur, is that how you say that? Look at that supercell, guys. Completely embedded. But look at that rotation there and that hook right there. Okay? Whoa, what just happened? Okay, let's get back to where we need to be. Unfortunately, this quickly could become a serious situation right here. This hook right here. We would be watching for some sort of tornado to take place right underneath that circle I just drew. There looks to be some sort of debris potentially taking place underneath there. Guys, how quickly did that happen? How quickly did that just pop up? I was looking at my phone for 5 minutes. Okay, yeah, we seriously have a debris ball forming. Right here. Right towards Decatur. Let's see if it matches up with the rotation. Kind of. Kind of. It might be a debris ball. It might not, but we have strong, tight rotation right there. Potentially some debris being picked up in the broad area there. And then rotate, and then our reflectivity would point out a hook right there where I'm pointing, and this would be heading right towards Decatur. I would not be surprised if we get a report in a couple of minutes that that is a confirmed tornado. But we will have to watch that closely. Look at this line, how it's developed over the past hour. Wow. Absolutely crazy. Ashley B donated $10. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your informative coverage. No, thank you guys for being here on the stream. What I always say is, since I was young, watching the weather, paying attention to the weather is something that I would be doing anyway, whether I was streaming it for you guys or not. So I'm not going out of my way to do this at all. This is something that I've done for so long. Obviously, I'm talking a little bit more than I would have when I was by myself, but it truly is what I love to do, talk about the weather. Such a special place in my heart, honestly. The last 4 years have been so awesome. So now we clearly have a huge rain-wrapped tornado situation happening up there, and we might undergo another situation right here just to the south. This is all approaching I-35 that runs right here with some bigger towns along it. We have to hope that these just somehow dissipate over that amount of time. Hopefully as soon as possible. Really seeing some rotation happening there near Decatur and Boyd on that southern cell. But also near Bowie, we do have that strong rotation still. Yeah, no kidding. There will be, especially this one on the north, will be rain wrapped. This south one, you can assume that it would be. There's a chance that it will. And really, a second ago, it seemed like this tornado, if it would have developed, would have been out in the open, but it has quickly been engulfed with this precipitation. And if you ask me, I think that has to do with that extremely high cape that we've taken a look at, 3,000 plus cape. I think these storms are just rapidly expanding and just being overcome with tons of precipitation. And for those of you that are unaware, CAPE stands for Convective Available Potential Energy. And what that is thunderstorm fuel or food. That's what I like to call it. That's the type of stuff that thunderstorms thrive off of. Winter Queen weather. Hey, DW. How's it going, Winter Queen? It has been so long. I hope things have been good for you. We're taking a look at 2 tornadic cells. Some sort of debris might be happening in there. I really feel like something's going on. Radar indicated still, but this rotation is tight and heading almost directly for Decatur. We can only hope that it misses to the south here. It looks like there's a chance that could be the case. We might get a miss. Is some sort of something happening? I can't exactly confirm what in the world's happening there, but now we have broad rotation in here. Not super tight, but this cell that has brought tornadoes is approaching our Oklahoma-Texas border up here that you can see up here. So it will eventually cross into Oklahoma there. This one, however, is developing just now for the first time and could be heading towards Decatur there. And make sure we're not missing anything to the south. Okay. We'll keep our eye on these ones just because this is the most imminent threat. But those cells in the south are developing. For sure. Just a truly crazy situation we're seeing take place here. Just getting started with the day, too, guys. I appreciate all of you for being here. We'll all get through it together one way or the other. I want you guys to know, to the south, I am watching these cells on my phone. So I would love to have multiple monitors and be able to really, really watch these storms. But for now, this is my current setup. It's amazing to me, actually, how high precipitation these cells are to the south here. There's actually 2 right in there. This Bowie cell, I don't know what's going to happen. It keeps pulsing for sure. Wild stuff here, guys. So the cells to the south, I don't think we have any rotation yet. You have really strong winds associated with those. And they are supercells at this point, bringing hail in certain spots. Definitely crazy stuff. Rotation tightening near Decatur. That's been the situation we've been watching unfold for a few minutes now. What seems like an eternity, but just a few minutes. Some sort of lower CC happening there, which would indicate potential debris or hail taking place right near Decatur. I do have a smart TV nearby, but I want to be able to use, like interact with it. So over my phone and then having my mouse next to me is how I kind of interact with both screens right now. Um, I have a laptop right now, so that's my current setup. No extra HDMI's either. Lots of I don't know if I've ever heard people speaking Spanish in my chats, and then today something with the algorithm just reached out to so many Spanish folks. I think it's so cool. I wonder what caused that to happen, but maybe it's just the region, that I pointed out in the tags and the description and everything. But really interesting how that works. I guess we haven't really ever done a stream for this far south in Texas, so it kind of makes sense. I hope everybody's staying safe. I hope everybody can understand me as well. Very high precipitation cell here. I mean, look at those pinks. It's indicating very heavy precipitation. Unfortunately, it would be very, very difficult to see if there was a tornado here. We've just reached 1 hour plus that I've been streaming, and we could be about to see our second tornado. Really, really wild stuff. And look at that. We did get that tornado warning to expire once again to the north, which is really, really good news. On my phone, I use radar scope. On my computer, I use WSV3. Something big is happening here, guys. Where's everybody from that's watching this? I want to see how well my tags are working. So comment your state or region below. I'm curious to see where everybody's from. Yeah, definitely some rotation happening in here. Thankfully, it's not super tight right now. We have to hope there is no tornado on the ground. I would say, in all likelihood, there isn't, which is good news, but still take cover as always. We only get frames about every 5 minutes, and it would only take a tornado multiple seconds to touch down. So we can't get those live updates to you. Wow, so we got people all over the place. In other words, wow. Near San Antonio, we are getting a very interesting line of supercells developing. We're going to watch those very closely. Still radar indicated. We'll have to see what happens with that one. Yeah, I did see that we do have a broader rotation. We've seen that switch on a dime here, so I don't want to say anything too quickly. But as of now, for the moment being, things are looking a little bit brighter on the past frame. Wow. I'm currently seeing the damage to the high school in Jacksboro. That is wild stuff. Holy moly. Hmm. Okay, we're going to watch this next tornado warning, see what plays out here. Hmm. So somebody asked if I could turn the volume up. It might have just been that I was sitting back. My volume is basically maxed out at this point. I think we just got an extension of this tornado warning here. Yeah, so we saw the first one end, but actually we did get an extension here, it appears. Yeah, it's really tough to see that rotation in there. But it is there. Just to the east of Nakona, I would say. Decatur, thankfully that rotation passed to the east and now it's to the north. It's still looking kind of broad. Might have to come back to that in a moment. I'm going to look at the actual reflectivity here. Okay. Things aren't looking quite as bad as they were a minute ago. I think now would be a good opportunity to go ahead and try to take a look over here at the south and show you guys what's been happening. Okay. So this one to the south here obviously has a concerning look to it. I want to see if I can... Hmm. Okay. All right. I wanted to get that off screen real quick because I wanted to take a moment to take a look at this one. Clearly a hook right there. Doesn't guarantee that we will end up seeing a tornado always. Although that is some definitely a pocket in there we're going to have to watch. Sometimes storms just look this way, but it's actually not as bad as it looks. And then, well, quite obviously, other times it is as bad as it looks. So this is going to be all about just figuring out which one of those two is taking place here, as strange as that seems. And we have no way of seeing what's happening under here, too close to the radar site. Obviously, we've had a major tornado take place near Bowie and Jacksboro. Those townships we've seen quite a bit take place since we started streaming about an hour ago. Tornado possible. Damage threat considerable. There's a couple in here I'm concerned about. See that hook coming out? Not seeing any rotation yet. We'll have to see what happens here. Lots of property damage and other sorts of damage being reported out of Bowie, it sounds like. This one is not looking good either. This one would pass just to the north of Austin there in Round Rock and Georgetown, potentially, it looks like. Another cell popping up rapidly there near Burnett. Seguin. I don't know if that's how you say it, but Lolling, Whalder. These areas are all going to be in line with this cell here on the underneath. I'm just waiting to see if we get a tornado warning with these, as they are looking quite elevated in my opinion. Both tornado warnings up to the north, radar indicated. I think our biggest threat could be one of these cells down here. I think is going to be our biggest threat, and it's likely that southern one. Guys, if you haven't already, be sure to like the stream because it really helps out that YouTube algorithm. Be sure to do that as it is really, really helpful. We're going to have to see what happens here, guys. Let's see. Hmm. All right, just resting my voice here for a second while we don't have any. I don't think any tornadic storms. Let's make sure that's correct. Radar indicated. And radar indicated. Okay. So, we are watching this cell right here because this one in particular, I would say out of any of them, does have just that look right now. Also, a bit of rotation in there. It is a little bit broad, but we're going to continue to watch it. Do any of you know if there's any word of any sort of tornado warnings or anything happening tornadic out there right now? Or are we kind of in the clear as of right now? To those guys who are searching on Twitter and Facebook and stuff. I'd be curious to know. Hmm. Wow. This one, we started out with one half and it kind of just like combined, but this feature right here with the inflow clearly taking place, just gonna want to watch this one very, very closely for something there. The look of this one just is a little bit concerning at this point. I'll be watching that cell in particular. This one might be getting a hook to it again. Then also this cell. So we have multiple cells right now. Yeah, most of these are still radar indicated. Gun on up there. Hmm. Okay, I think honestly, this is the most concerning thing we have going on right here. Clearly, 3 supercells developing. And we're going to have to watch them very, very closely. As they move further and further eastward, they're heading towards more and more favorable areas. They're heading into the moderate risk area. Look at that. I think perfectly placed by the Storm Prediction Center. These storms are really just picking up right as they're heading into this moderate risk area. You couldn't ask for a better prediction than that from the Storm Prediction Center. Obviously, time will tell how accurate that ended up being, but at this point, I do think the placement looks really nice so far. And again, with that comes the probability of tornado, where the highest is going to be over that moderate risk area. Hatched area indicates that significant tornadoes are possible. These storms are also moving into that area. We're going to have to keep a very close eye on this. This is when things should really start to get dangerous. Wow, hold on a minute. This cell, I feel like I've seen this before. Just that one. I'll have to check that out, Ryan. Wimberley, just south of Wimberley, that cell, the way it just formed right there just gave me absolute goosebumps. And just the look that it's starting to develop. I don't know why exactly. Out of all these storms, I think they've all had potential so far along this line. But this one right here gives me a very odd feeling. And look at that. Like a sixth sense, guys. Tornado warning. Radar indicated, but there is a tornado warning. That was very odd. That feeling that I just got. Almost as if I knew. We'll have to watch and see if it ends up being anything. The feeling that I just got isn't just a tornado warning. It's that this could become something very, very bad. You're going to want to take cover if you're underneath that warning 100%. And we will continue to track that. I want to see that video, though. Oh, wow. I am seeing the pictures of that damage in Jack's burrow there. That is absolutely just wild. I want to zoom out, take a larger look. Oof, yeah, that rotation there. Look at that rotation develop there. That's likely what sparked the tornado warning, I would say. Um, Definitely an intriguing look there. Something to keep in mind is that these cycle on and off oftentimes. So the fact that we just saw it kind of really spark up and then look a little flat, usually that happens. We can see that happen. It kind of cycles in and out. Does not mean that this is over by any means, not even close. We might have just gotten started with this one, matter of fact. I don't know what it is about this particular cell, but I'm just not liking it. And it's not Mayfield that it reminded me of. Somebody said that. Something strange is happening. Huh. Yeah, rotation in there. Sort of a weaker rotation at this point. A little bit broad. But that's how they all start, right? They can't start out with strong rotation. It has to develop over time. Also, this cell in here has had some broad rotation. It's over B cave right now. And we will have to see how that one plays out as well. That one would be heading north of Austin. This one potentially could be headed towards Austin. And now we have a tornado warning down here to the south as well, near Seguin. So 2 tornado warnings down here to the south. Along this line, I told you guys, for some reason I knew this line here was going to be where we need to be watching. And sure enough, we are seeing considerable supercells developing right now. Wimberley. Confirmed tornado over Wimberley. This one right here. We do have a... Is that what... Let's see. Still says radar indicated. We're going to wait for that to update. We should see that come in. Wow. Let's see. I'm not seeing anything as far as a confirmed tornado. I believe you guys, but gotta just confirm that. Seguin, I want to make sure this isn't confirmed either. Both radar indicated at this point. Okay. Wouldn't be surprised if we get a 3rd tornado warning up here either. All right. So, in my opinion, this is how it goes. You got Supercell 1, Supercell 2, then Supercell 3 up here. I think 3 will have a tornado warning fairly soon based on the looks of things. And even if we were to switch to this radar site and go further north, you would see 4 and 5 as well up there. And there might even be a couple down below these as well. Seguin? That's going to be troublesome for me. I'm still seeing on radar scope as well, radar indicated. So we're going to continue to watch things unfold here. But I wouldn't be surprised if we do see, a confirmed tornado soon out of these, unfortunately, just based on the look that we're seeing here. Well, Seguin, or however you say it, I'm hoping we're going to get through this unscathed here. Hopefully there is no tornado forming, and we can get at least past that bigger town right there. If you're just joining us, be sure to smash the like button because it's going to help reach more people. And also, be sure to share this with any friends if you are in the local area. We're just trying to do some live coverage of these storms. Okay, there we go. I'm seeing it now. We do have a confirmed tornado now. It appears with that one. So that's what that should be. I'm having a hard time getting this update, but that should be confirmed. We should see that in a minute. Change the verbiage there on that warning. Let's see the rotation, because if there is a confirmed tornado, we should see this rotation start to really pop off. It would be in there. Okay, we'll have to watch this one. The way those cells combined just really gave me the EBGBs. I don't know how else to put it, really. I'm hearing Sagine, Sagine, Sugine. I'm not going to be able to pronounce that. So I wish it was just Seguin or whatever, because I would probably have an easier time pronouncing that. I want to make sure you guys get through this storm unscathed there. Looks like it generally has very strong winds over you guys at the very least right now. So that's going to be worth noting for sure. Still radar indicated, it says, but I thought when it switches to that purple that it does mean it is confirmed. Yeah, both these cells have high potential, unfortunately, for tornadic activity. They are heading into the more favorable regions as well. As backwards as it seems, the larger these cells are and the less of them there is, the more concerning we're going to be looking at. If we saw, even more of these cells and they were more crowded in there, potential would be a bit lower. But the more isolated these cells are, the more they're going to be able to just eat up all that potential to themselves. Because there only is so much potential. For instance, our cape. They are right over top of our highest cape. Cape amounts are absolutely through the roof, above 3,000 in a lot of these spots, at least above 2,500 in all of these white spots. There's a ton of potential. Plenty to go around, but still, I'm going to stick with my statement that the larger and more isolated these cells are, the worse things would end up being, really. I want to see where some of these winds are the worst. Yeah. Yeah, 100%. Let's see. Still no rotation in that hook echo there, which is good news. We have to see how that develops over the next, I don't know, 10 minutes or so, 15 minutes. This one's kind of flattening out. That's what we saw originally happen with this southern one. So we have to see what happens there. These are only going to get stronger, though, guys. Somebody said tornado on ground in Oklahoma. Okay, I'm going to take a look at that one on my phone real quickly. See if we need to switch over the view to that region. That's going to be interesting. That's in a radar hole. So we're not going to switch there because we're not even going to be able to see much, even if we did. That's tough. That is really tough. It's really hard to see in there. Wow, the way this southern one is developing right now is quite concerning. We see this underneath here, this hook that we're seeing in there. You just don't like to see that shape ever. A lot of times these are false alarms, but sometimes they're not. And that's just the tough way it is. Let's see. This one could be building in some rotation definitely at this point. That wouldn't surprise me at all. Ooh. Yeah, we're going to need to get past this radar site on this one to know for sure. Okay, we're going to keep that right there. Okay, I'm looking at some other radar sites right now. Let's see. We sure did get some tornado warnings in a hurry here, guys. Sure did. Let's see. We're going to take a look at every single cell here again. This one down here has to be doing something at this point. Oh, yeah, guys. What's going on here? Yeah, look at that rotation, guys. Look at the rotation. Lulling. This one's heading right for you. Rapidly developing. We're going to be watching for a debris ball in the next frame. We don't have one here, but my gosh. Just looking at that right out of the gates, I mean, obviously a concerning look. Let's keep this playing. I want to see if it comes through. Really watching that. No debris ball yet, but would not surprise me if that does end up definitely putting something down here pretty soon here, unfortunately. Let's see. I want to see the rotation that's come in on the most recent frames. Look at how tight that rotation's getting. I just really think that this is going to be putting down something here. in a moment. Yeah, out of any of them, the southern one now is looking like the one we have to watch. Jeez, guys. If you know anybody in Texas, you need to share it with them. This is becoming so serious. It always freaks me out to know that there has to be somebody out there that somehow doesn't know this is happening. That's a thought that definitely is pretty freaky to think about, to say the least. But definitely a fairly serious situation taking place. Tomorrow will be no exception either. I mean, it is going to be very, very serious what's taking place tomorrow also. Yeah, man, just really, truly crazy stuff, guys. Let's see. I am sharing this with more Facebook pages, so if you're coming from those, welcome in. We are just tracking these storms right now, guys. Be sure to like the stream and share this with a friend if they do live in Texas or any of the areas being impacted for that matter. Or maybe they know somebody from Texas. I don't know. So many connections out there, guys. Truly, this is just obviously a really major event, and I feel like everybody needs to know what's going on here. So be sure to like the stream. That definitely is one way to really, really help. There are other ways, but that is probably the biggest one, I would say. Really watching that rotation as it is just so tight right there. I want to turn that off because that's just going to be distracting. I think we're moments away from seeing something happen with this one. I could be totally wrong, but that shape is very classic, running right along I-10 there, actually. There is a supercell headed right for Austin, Texas as well, which is also obviously something that would be very concerning. So we do have one headed directly for Austin, Texas here. This one could develop a hook in a tornado at any point, and it has in the past actually shown signs of being tornadic, just not right now. Also, Fort Worth, how did I not notice that? Fort Worth is under a tornado warning as well. I'll take a look at that on my phone and see if it's worth taking a look at over here. But definitely a serious situation happening here to the south, and multiple points we've had stuff going on to the north as well. Truly a crazy situation. Wow. I feel like I'm not able to get any Fort Worth radar imagery here. Is anybody else having connectivity issues there? Up there to the north? This southern cell, I mean, I'm amazed. We just got an extension of that tornado warning there. Still radar indicated. Maximum hail size is 2 inches, though. Oh, we do have another tornado warning up here, also radar indicated, up to the north. Lulling, I just have to imagine here, is in some sort of immediate threat here of a potential tornado. Look at the rotation there, guys. Look at how tight that is now. It's potentially really strong rotation up against each other there. Just waiting for a CC drop here, which is correlation coefficient, by the way. Gives us an indication of how large objects are in the atmosphere. Wild stuff, guys. Let's break away for a minute. Let's see if we can get up to... I want to see if we can get up to Dallas and Fort Worth here and get any idea as to what's happening here. I think it's just a radar scope thing, so my phone is rendered useless now. Yeah, we can get an idea here. Yeah, so I think on the north end of Fort Worth here, we just have your run-of-the-mill rotation. There's not even that strong a rotation. I'm mostly concerned here about the straight line winds. I think very strong winds can be expected there for Fort Worth. Obviously take cover with that tornado warning, as a tornado can touch down at any given moment. I'm extremely concerned about this cell moving along I-10 at this point, guys. You see that little green dot? I'm curious to see if that's going to expand. I really feel like that would be about where that rotation is located, right in the middle of that hook echo. So we got to watch that. Jeez. Yeah, Lolling, you are right in the path of something that could become rapidly dangerous here. Okay, we're going to have to watch that one. Right now, this one does not have a particularly strong hook, so we'll have to see. Okay, whoa, whoa, whoa. Do we have a confirmed tornado up here to the north? Okay, we froze the program. Your regularly scheduled restart of WSV3 coming right up. Wow, look at that rotation, guys, popping up right here. This is where we're watching. And based on the fact that they have issued that type of a warning, yeah, definitely some sort of debris is possibly in there taking place. Yep. Right in here. Right in there. It's going to be heading up towards I-35 now. They can turn on a dime, but generally this one is going to be running parallel to I-35 again, eventually crossing over it, heading towards Salado and Belton, potentially Temple down the road. That is where we see this one heading. That is looking quite intense. Wow, PDS. Is that for this one? Near Lowling. Oh, we do have a confirmed tornado down here. So we have 2 confirmed tornadoes right now. Or this one, we don't even know if it's confirmed. Okay, let's move down to the south. We just missed that. So this one near Lowling did eventually drop a tornado. Yeah, wow, look at the CC. We were watching that rotation, then it finally came together. Lowling, take cover now. This is serious. Tornado crossing I-35 near Round Rock as well. So down here where there's no warning, or is that up here to the north, guys? Wow, this is all happening so fast. Lowling, please take cover. We have a very serious tornado situation that is clearly taking place here. Potentially very large tornado, or evidently at this point. Tornado damage threat considerable at this point. What's crazy about Round Rock, there we go, we have a tornado warning now, but it says radar indicated. But you guys said there was a tornado on video crossing here. That would have been around here. Wow. Rolling, let's see. Crossing just to the north, hopefully. Wow. CC's looking really low. Right in there is where tornado damage is taking place, right on that frame. I want to see if we can get Round Rock. I want to see if I can see that. Yeah, there it is. There it is on CC, guys. You see it pop up right in here. Look at that. That's a large tornado right near Round Rock. And there was no warning. Look, you see it drop before the warning came in, and then it came in last minute as we saw that CC drop. CC stands for Convective Available Potential Energy. There I go. CC stands for Correlation Coefficient. And basically those darker blues are indicating larger objects in the air that the radar is picking up. So very serious situation unfolding. 2 tornadoes on the ground right now. Our tornado would be right there. Let's see. Yep. Right in there. Gotta pull her back up. Three tornadoes are confirmed. Wow. I want to go here near Round Rock. First off, I want to get this off my screen. Look at that, guys. Absolutely monster tornado right there. Look at how large it is. Just to the east of Round Rock. Now we have an observed tornado up here to the north as well. Yeah, whoa, look at that. Where did this one come from now? Right here. Right there. Round Rock's right there. And then that one's right about there. 3 tornadoes currently ongoing. Temple, we're going to be watching really closely for you guys because clearly this situation is closing in fairly closely into the general area. Wow. Okay. Very crazy situation happening here. Hmm. It's always so terrible when this many tornadoes are happening at once. It's like crazy. Man. All right, let's take a look. Sight down. Oh yeah, here we go. Look at how that tornado just developed and then turned straight north. That's a true representation of how these things can just change directions and how you shouldn't feel too confident about where things are headed. I mean, truly, that is a great example of that. There's a lesson there to be learned, I'm sure, for many folks. I want to see if we can get a new scan here because it's acting like we're not going to be able to on this radar site, which would be a true bummer. Let's see if it's going to do anything. Oh, I see. Of course. The amount of rain involved with these tornadic cells as well is absolutely out of this world. I mean, out of control, guys. Okay. Considerable damage. Temple, we're going to be watching for you. I would say this one is particularly of large concern for your particular region. Thankfully, that rotation looks like it has weakened. I want to see how that continues to play out before we confirm anything. Wow. All right, guys. We had our first little batch of tornadoes here. I mean, still very concerning. Where is Hutto exactly located? I only have access to basically my. Oh, okay, I see. Your Hutto. So that was that round rock tornado there. And now it's going to move underneath the radar site. So we will not be able to see much of what's going on here. Just to see where we're at here with these tornadoes and tornadic storms. Here's where we're at in the grand scheme of things. I want to talk a little bit about where things are headed from this point forward. We still haven't reached where the worst of the tornadoes are expected. That isn't expected for another hour or so. I want to keep my eye on Temple. I just feel like that's a big populous area, obviously. This one apparently is fairly large. Right here, near Taylor and Hutto and Granger. Okay. Yeah, so it's going to take a minute here for us to figure out what's going to happen. How this is going to play out, but we have multiple tornado warnings right now. Jeez. Bowl-shaped tornado. Man. All right. Things are really picking up here, unfortunately. If you haven't already, be sure to like the stream, obviously. It's always just a good thing to get those likes ramped up. It's going to help suggest this to more people. If you're interested in hitting that super chat, by the way, I haven't mentioned that even once. You can hit the bottom right button down below, and that will give you an option to add a super chat. People sometimes do not know how to do that. So what's unfortunate about this tornado, outside of the fact that it's obviously terrible, is that it's about to head underneath this radar site, which means it's going to basically be invisible. We're not going to be able to see where it's at. Big problem. Big problem. We also have a tornadic cell heading towards Temple, obviously a bigger region there of Texas. Let's see. Somebody asked about that cape. Ouch. That's no good. So we're really bugging out the system, guys. We are pushing to the max here. See, sometimes you got to close out all these. Just not wanting to work, really. Here we go. Tornado damage. So right now that seems to be our worst tornado on the ground. I can't confirm that that's the worst one out there, but it just does look that way right now. I'm gonna see if radar scope is working. Let's see. Okay, radar scope is working now, so I can kind of get some updates over here for you guys. Well, okay, I take that back. It's working away from where these tornadoes are at. It is not working for these particular sites. Hmm. There's two tornadoes, it looks like, in very close proximity there that are potentially taking place. So the last I can see here, the last update, is that there is a confirmed tornado heading towards Temple. Hmm. Well, anyway, our cape is what I was trying to show you guys. So yeah, our cape is still very considerably high. Super, super high. And even behind these supercells, I mean, really elevated amounts of cape. So, wow. Yeah, almost 4,000 cape near. Oh, 4,000 plus cape in San Antonio. We still have 3,000, 2,500 to 3,000 cape out ahead of these supercells. 1,000 to 2,000 as far as you can see out ahead of them. So this is just not setting up to look good at all. Obviously, it hasn't gone good. So I have a question for some of you that are paying attention, is this 4 different tornadoes that are confirmed right now, or do we have like overlapping warnings going on right now? Because it would appear that there's 4 tornado warnings right here. I know that sometimes they do overlap, but all 4 say confirmed here. If there is truly 4 different tornadoes on the ground right here, that is actually shocking. We're starting to get some bigger towns under this too. Taylor, Rogers, Bartlett, Salado, Temple, now about to be under some of these warnings. I mean, truly crazy stuff here, guys. Each of these red things here, you see where I'm drawing, represents an actual tornado report. So we have 1, 2 that are very close together there, then 3, 4, 5, all with one tornado that was apparently extremely large in there. 6:25 p.m. So that was literally a couple minutes ago near Granger. We had a confirmed very large tornado. Where's Granger at exactly? Oh, right around here. Okay. Multiple. I know there's multiple confirmed, but is it 4 or is it like 2 right now? Somewhere in there, I know we have some correlation coefficient stuff going on. Jeez, this is acting up bad, guys. Okay, you're in Temple. Heed all those warnings. We're going to stick with you here. We are going to walk you through this. Do our best, but heed those official warnings. Wow, guys. This is just wild. That's what I thought too. Up and down this line. We are pushing this RAM use to the absolute max here. We're going to get rid of hail and all sorts of other warnings here. We're actually going to get, this is another thing we can do here. There's so many severe thunderstorm warnings, we can just turn those off as well. Although it's not helping a whole bunch. I don't know what other layers I have on right now. Well, anyway, we're going to stick with you guys here. Four plus confirmed tornadoes going on right now. Wow. Absolutely wild, then. Yeah, we keep getting serious issues here. I don't know why it seems like as we go through the day, it seems like WSV3 just stops working as good. I tried switching it to light mode. Or is this site actually just down now? Can you guys confirm whether the site, let's see which one I'm on. The radar site of KGRK, or is it KGAK? I think it's KGRK. Is it down? Yeah, KGRK. Because WSV3 is saying that it is down. I haven't gotten any new frames in the past 20 minutes. It's going to be tough because we're entering a very rough patch of pretty bad radar hole here. Yeah, it was taken out by a tornado apparently. Wow. So our radar site got hit by a tornado and now we can't see what's going on. To make matters worse. Well, do any of you guys have any recommendation which radar site is the best to be looking at right now? Where you guys are able to visualize everything happening the best? Oh, we crashed it again. Great. We're getting pretty good at crashing WSV3. Huh. Man. Okay. We're just going to take this view. Until we get to a viable radar site, which seems like it will not be happening. We're going to have to just take this view here. Crazy line of thunderstorms obviously taking place here. We have some serious tornadoes heading into this region, apparently 4 or 5 different tornadoes. Yeah, that's where I switched to. We'll take a look and see if it works well. Let's see if this is, yeah, we're not going to be able to get much information from up here, but we can try. Look at that pocket of confirmed tornadoes just to the north of I-10. Man. Many different tornadoes taking place right now. One, two, three, four. Let me pause this real quick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 confirmed tornadoes, I think, right now is what I'm seeing. Absolutely crazy, guys. And to make matters worse, the radar site in best position to see these storms actually got hit by a tornado and went down. And now we can't see what's going on properly. I feel like this has happened before when I went live. It's always the worst when that happens. I'm just looking for some other radar sites here. There is going to be none. Up there we have one, but it's just so far from here. Where's the one we're on? Oh, up here. Yeah, we're on KEWX radar site, and this seems to be okay, but these ones on the very northern side, it's pretty tough to get any visuals on these storms. Wow, guys. The way things have just escalated. Yeah. I mean, looking out ahead of KEWX, I mean, I'm not seeing any radar sites that are going to be anywhere close to these tornadoes. So this is going to become an even more dangerous situation moving forward. If we're not able to see what's going on, that's going to be truly a troublesome situation. So thankfully, we've downgraded to just 3 tornado warnings down here. We went from like 6 to 3, so that's good news for now. We do have 2 up to the north, one north of Dallas and one south of Oklahoma City there, well south of Oklahoma City, actually in southern Oklahoma. So as we take a look at this one to the south here, we see radar indicated, which means there is no confirmation of a tornado on the ground there. Rotation seems broad, but okay. So there is rotation there. It's more about it coming together. This one near Elgin, let's take a deeper dive into this one as well. As we look at this rotation, we do see there is considerable rotation in here that is very close together. Okay, tornadoes aren't huge. Looking at a map view like this, it's not going to take up a large portion of this map. A tornado would be very small on this map because we're looking at a large region here, obviously, on the map. Let's take a look at the correlation coefficient here because we can see this area in here. That is what looks to be a debris ball, which is further confirming a tornado headed towards Elgin, Texas. So we will have to watch that one as well. Let's do the same process up here for this northern cell here, heading towards Rogers, Texas. This one's the one that's pretty far from the radar site. You see, it was the one that actually took out this radar site. This radar site would be very close to this storm, but it actually got hit by this tornado. Wow. And this one is going to be headed northward towards a lot of these different regions. It's going to go east of Temple, hopefully, is what it looks like. We can't see if there is a debris ball, but we're getting word that there is a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado there to the east of Bartlett, it appears. Bartlett and Granger Dam. Where's Granger Dam? Yeah, Granger over here. We can tell by the tornado warnings. I'm going to make this larger, or the tornado reports. This tornado has tracked where I've just underlined. Right there is the track that this tornado has taken. Or you know, I'm going to go over top of them, but something like this. So it went right over that radar site and just totally wrecked it. That's what looks to have happened there. Man, that is absolutely wild. Tornado takes out the radar. Again, I feel like this happened, but I think it was a hurricane last time this happened. So you can see we had a significant amount of tornado warnings there, but thankfully we've gone down in the amount of tornado warnings. That doesn't mean the danger is over. It's just that we have gone down in those warnings. Somebody just asked if they should try to film a tornado if they see it. Absolutely not. I would recommend taking cover. Uh, and if you're taking good cover, you shouldn't be in a position where you can even get video of the tornado. That would be a good rule of thumb. If you can get a good video of the tornado, you're not safe enough, is what I would say. Man, that's actually a really good one. We do have some, south of San Antonio, some pretty good supercells popping up. We're going to have to watch these ones as well, as these are going to be heading towards these very favorable locations. Oh, New Braunfels is out too. Or Brunfels. Let's see what the last frame is we got from here. We got our last frame 10 minutes ago. Okay. Yeah, look at how the entire radar moves, but these storms stop moving there. Watch in here. You see that? It almost seems like time freezes in there. That's because we have no radar site that can even see these storms. So we are totally going in the blind now. We are going in the blind. Man. In the worst place as well. There actually will be no good radar sites to see this from. Let's see. I'm hearing word that KJRK might be back up. So we're just gonna check. Figured, yeah. Yeah, not back. Definitely not back. You can see right before the tornado hit is kind of when it went down. There must have been some straight line damage there, is my guess. Because that's well before there would be a tornado over that region. Man, this is just absolutely out of control. Let's see here. I don't know how we're going to get any information here. Let me switch to this one. KEWX, but it looks like this one is down as well. Last I heard. I think we're still getting some information from this one here. Tornado reported in Elgin. Let's see. Man. That's bad, guys. This is all really bad. 2 radar sites having some sort of issues. KEWX, I seem to be getting the latest radar imagery from just a couple minutes ago. So there's that. I want to remind you guys that we will be live tomorrow as well, as this all kind of aims towards the deep south. So we're going to do another stream just like this one. I hope you guys will join us tomorrow as well. I'm going to be going live as late as I possibly can tonight. How many hours have we been live now? 3 hours. Yeah, I do have the KEWX back up, so that's good news. KGRK still remains down, I believe, so totally in the blind down there. Man. Very, very crazy event unfolding so far. I wonder if I did that, would that help at all? Let's see. Wonder if it would. That kind of makes things a little more difficult to tell where we're looking at it all. Jeez. I think we just got this tornado warning at the bottom to expire. Okay, so there's some promising news there for KGRK. Potentially going to be back online soon. If you guys get any updates on that, let me know. Because I would love to switch back to that, obviously, and be able to get you guys the latest information. We do have some tornadic activity continuing throughout this region in here. We're going to keep watching this as it moves into the even more favorable regions. Man, this is just so crazy. I want to see if anywhere to the north. So it just it just turned off on its own, the radar. So Oh, it turned off the tornado warnings by itself as well. And everything. Nice. That's interesting. Okay. Let me make sure everything that I want on is on. Okay, that should be good. We do have a tornado watch present for that entire region, which is not surprising. Look at the flow of things. We see this air racing northward. I mean, absolutely hauling it northward. And then we see the front coming through here. And it's where that's meeting. That's where bad things are happening here. And once this moves into where these things are racing northward, we're going to see conditions basically worsen is what you can expect. So we're nearly to the worst of it now. Yeah, this is setting up to be truly a crazy situation. Yeah, that is the low-level jet. When we take a look at those 850 millibar winds, which is kind of the lower levels in there, we can tell that this purple region is where the worst of that is taking place. And you can see these storms are rapidly approaching that lower level jet, those stronger winds coming in from the south. We're not even in it yet, and we've already seen so many tornadoes. We've only reached into, let's see, let's actually break this down. When we were seeing all those tornadoes happen, when we saw things really blow up, we're looking at about 43 mile per hour at 850 millibar winds. Again, around 40 to 50 mile per hour. We're going to be taking a look at potentially 60 to even 67, 68 almost mile per hour winds. So potentially significantly at least 33% higher winds that these storms are going to be heading towards. I think things are about to worsen in a really bad way as these storms reach probably past I-45 here is when troublesome things are really going to start happening, or perhaps when they start approaching I-45, better yet. Because it could be happening before that. Yeah, this is what I was talking about this morning, but you can just visualize all of these features here, the low-level jet, the front coming across. I mean, it is absolutely wild. So we're going to have to see what ends up happening here soon. Oh, I guess is KJRK or KGRK back online here? I think we might be back online. No. Come on, man. We got a KEWX back online. That's what started showing these back. But we do have, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tornado warnings still going on. That one's radar indicated. This one's radar indicated. That one's radar indicated. That one's observed. And that one's radar indicated. So we have one confirmed tornado on the ground right now, and it was the Elgin tornado. It's the only one. We did have one tornado earlier in Oklahoma. So that's interesting as well. We're going to wait for this radar site to come back online. I feel fairly confident that it will, since we know it's just not sending data out unless that data is flawed. We will have to see. Well, things look like they are quieting down for a moment. I'm going to go ahead and take a break for about 5 or 10 minutes before we really see these storms hit this lower level jet here, because that's when things can really get going. So I might have my last little opportunity to take a break before things really get active. Let me confirm. I don't think there is any. Yeah, all three are radar indicated at this point. So I do have a moment where there's no confirmed tornadoes. So I'm going to zoom out like this. And I'm going to take a short break, and then I'll be right back, guys. All right, we're taking a look here. I'm gonna have my volume a little bit up on my phone here to make sure it comes through. Let's see. Activity really lowered. We've seen less going on for sure. Okay, we are back online here, guys. So let's take a zoomed in look here. So we saw a lot more activity. Things have really slowed down. Really thankful for that. Let's see. Radar indicated, radar indicated, radar indicated. Let's see if we have this radar back online. We do. Okay, so that radar is back online despite getting hit by a tornado. This radar site is now back online. I won't try to convince you it is the smoothest thing in the world. Let's do this for a minute. That's what we need to do. Yeah, that's weird. All right then. We will just take a look at this. What's interesting is I feel like we have a line of thunderstorms developing back behind this, although our main supercells are out ahead. So we have these discrete supercells out in front. Usually these are the worst kinds of storms. I want to see what this is kind of compared to like... Okay, so this is basically where the worst of things are supposed to take place. Let's see if we're anywhere near close to seeing anything take place in here. Let's see. Honestly, near Thornton, we have the highest rotation, it looks like. That's pretty interesting. So, no active tornadoes. Taylor tornado. Taylor, Texas tornado. Where is Taylor? Yeah, I don't see that. I will say it is really, really interesting. Where basically the worst of conditions are supposed to take place, and we're not really seeing much of anything. I want to see. Kind of where we're at and where we're expected to be. Let's reload things back in, actually, shall we? I think this is going to be the way to go. A lot of tornadoes have taken place today, unfortunately. Let's see. Hmm. Kind of interesting. Okay. Definitely two supercells going on here. We're going to have to watch these closely for sure. Let's see. Trying to read some of y'all's comments in here. So what do you guys have going on tonight? I know it's very quiet right now. We have 3 tornado warnings. Actually, we have a 4th up here, but every single thing is radar indicated at this point. So really, we're just waiting for the latest. Now we haven't gotten any more radar imagery. So now I'm kind of freaked out that we have it's not working again. Let's see. Kingston, Oklahoma storm. Is it this one over here? Jeez. Yeah, it's crazy when you look at this storm in the grand scheme of things, just how crazy this storm is. We've been talking about this storm for quite a while, actually. Over the past few weeks at least, we've been talking about this storm and the impacts it would maybe have and just how major it would be. And thankfully, we were able to see this one pretty far out, actually. Let's see. Somebody said College Station, Texas. I'm unsure exactly where that is. I heard people talking about College Station earlier. Can anybody steer me in the right direction as to where College Station would be located? Just gonna search around. Really don't know where it would be. I'll just wait until I get that guidance. Is the quietness a bad thing? Well, this is where the peak of the worst conditions are supposed to be. I mean, if we can get through it and it stays quiet, then it's not a bad thing at that point. That would be a really good thing. Oh, out here. Yeah, so there's obviously a tornado warning directly overhead there. This is radar indicated at this point. So we're going to watch at this point, take cover there. We can't confirm whether there is or is not a tornado there. But definitely there is a tornado warning, which means tornadoes are possible right overhead. So you're going to want to take cover. Only 2 tornado warnings right now. I'm really hoping what we see is that just the worst of things took place in this pocket and that we're pretty much not going to see quite as much activity on this end. But only time can tell, obviously. We're in those maximum low-level jet winds. I mean, we should be in the prime conditions, honestly. Huh. Let's see now. I think we have an extension here of this tornado warning. Still radar indicated. So we're probably going to lose the one on the back end, and it's going to basically carry on through that front one. Let's see. So things are really quieting down. I want to see as things approach I-45 and pass over I-45 if we're really going to see things continue like this, or if we will see things pick up eventually. We're gonna really have to see if this picks up. This is it's weird how the timing of weather works. How like things will pick up at the weirdest times when you don't really expect it to, and then it'll quiet down when you really feel like it shouldn't. Um, that's why it's unpredictable. If we knew exactly when everything would take place, then there wouldn't be any wrong forecasts out there ever. Let's see. Taking a look here, I think what's interesting is we're seeing this initial pocket really weaken, and then this back pocket, if you look closely, so again, initial pockets here, this back pocket over here, so this one, that looks like a smiley face. This one I just pointed to looks to be intensifying back near Austin, Texas, and those types of areas. We've watched these storms just work so hard to get out of that pocket, the I-35 pocket, and work towards the I-45 pocket. Now it seems like things are building back in. So we have this observed tornado actually here near Bryan, Caldwell, Snook. Right in a, it's kind of in a radar hole there. Lots of lightning in Austin. That's crazy. I still haven't really seen many thunderstorms this year. I only saw the one. Oh yeah, look at that tight rotation. Here we go, north of Snook. Pretty solid pocket there of rotation. I want to see, is there anything showing up on the correlation coefficient though? And there, if that's it, it is. But I don't know if that's exactly lining up here with what we would need to see. So definitely can see how there's a confirmed tornado there. Oh, we just got another frame. Let me move back. Okay, so just like that, it kind of broadens up, but we do see plenty of correlation coefficient in there. It's hard to say. It's hard to say. Correlation coefficient in here is looking pretty low, but velocity, I don't know, there is quite a bit. Whoa. Let's zoom all the way back in. Did you guys see that? We just went to like Mars right there. Oh, we did it again. Great. Somebody remind me not to hit Control Z. So I keep doing. Right here, there seems to be quite a bit of rotation. So we're watching this one closely as well. We had somebody in here asking about College Station, and now it looks like College Station might take a direct hit from this. That rotation looked a little bit more tight a second ago, so we're going to have to see what happens with this. Although we are seeing this correlation coefficient really drop here at the end. So here's your structure, I guess sort of a supercell here. Kind of a stretch there, but now all of a sudden look at this line behind here. See more supercells developing. So we'll have to watch these closely. We do have these discrete ones out ahead. It's could be that line we were expecting to build at some point with the discrete supercells out ahead of it. Now we mainly have 2 cells. That's it. We've started with like 5. We've really watched this play out since the beginning. Any chance of the storm stalling? Not the supercells. The supercells should keep moving at a steady pace. But perhaps overall the low pressure system could technically stall quite a bit. Well, it's not necessarily something causing it, it's more of an error in the models. So if it was to stall, it would likely be that we miscalculated how quickly it would be moving, and that it would be moving at a slightly slower pace. But there wouldn't necessarily be something that actually slows down the low pressure system. It would just be a miscalculation, likely. I'm unsure exactly what's causing it to re-intensify. We've pretty much been at the peak low-level jet conditions here, or like near peak, and we've seen things really slow down. But we could just be recycling. That could be all. Although now, obviously, we've gone from 4 supercells or 5 supercells to 2, so we have 2 tornadoes, one on each supercell. So there isn't really much room for, multiple other tornadoes. I don't know where they would be. We really have 2 storms right now that have the capability of producing. Let's see. I want to see if any of these are going to potentially become tornadic. That would be kind of a surprise move. Hmm. Henderson. Let's see. Is that up here? Probably Coffee City. That's gotta be a cool place. That's just about what I need right now. I'm exhausted, guys. Yeah, Ryland, Kaysen, that's what I'm starting to think too, man. I mean, we got these storms out ahead here that have just moved through, and they're kind of. It feels like the plane is landing a little bit over there, but these, it's like we're just taking off again. It's just like starting over. So as of right now, the assumption is that there is no longer a confirmed tornado near College Station. Um, if there was a tornado, it would have just passed over College Station, it appears. But I don't think there was one, is the assumption here. It seems to have dissipated sometime. There is, however, a chance that College Station did get hit with some sort of tornadic system, but we can only hope that it was not touched down on the ground at this point. So that's kind of where we're at with College Station. So I want to see if they're going to end up extending this tornado warning up here on this lower cell. Because right now we kind of just have that one tornado warning left there. Here they freshly... Actually, you know what? I think this is two separate tornadoes happening there. I think we had 3 tornado warnings. Let's see this real quick. All radar indicated at this point, which is good news, but you're still going to want to take shelter, of course. Just assume the worst, that there is potentially a tornado on the ground, but hope for the best, obviously. Here we're clearly dealing with some sort of recycling of these storms, like I mentioned before. New storms popping up here, and honestly, this line might be trying to kind of engulf these as well. Might be all of these. This might be the one outlier here, this southern cell. That could be really what's going on here. Regardless, the highest tornado probabilities are in here, and I'm interested to see if they keep this around for these cells as they move in, or if they primarily expected tornadic activities with these front storms during the afternoon and into the early evening. I wonder, this is going to be something cool to look at. Let's see this. So here's another factor. This is what I just thought of. We don't have peak amounts of CAPE in here anymore, which is convective available potential energy. We don't have nearly as much as these front supercells had in their beginning of their lifespan. So I wonder if that's going to also play a role in this tornado event, just because, you know, I feel like without that higher CAPE, these ones might not get quite as intense as we saw those initial ones get kind of earlier in their life. Those ones were really just really, really crazy. Hmm. let's see. We just got an updated tornado warning here. Still all radar indicated here. I might head out here in a moment, guys, just because I feel like we're at a point here, a good stopping point. I am out of energy. I don't know how much use I'm going to be here coming up in a second. I feel like I just want to conserve a little bit of energy I might have for tomorrow. I think we've gotten through that first initial supercell pocket in the beginning that was very, very intense. I think these storms are moving out of the highest amounts of cape. I think the initial supercells have eaten a lot of that cape up. That's not to say that the second line of storms that are now surging might not intensify. I just think that the likelihood is that at this point, the front supercells are going to be the worst of the storm, and they've pretty much moved through. So with that being said, I think we're going to call this one quits here. Let's see, we're at 5 hours and 30 minutes, so that's a long time. Whew. It's kind of tough when there's some pockets like this where there's not too much going on. It's tough to have anything to talk about. Start getting tired, and then the voice just catches up to me. I hope everybody sleeps well. I hope you guys tune in for tomorrow's stream as well. I'm going to be trying to go live for that event at some point tomorrow. So we have more severe weather coming up tomorrow. I'm going to go live for you guys, and I hope you guys will return tomorrow also. Be sure to smash the like button and subscribe for more weather-related content. Thank you guys so much for watching. I'll see you guys in the next